Of the whole meeting for January. Okay. Okay, welcome everyone to this committee of the whole meeting. Oops, sorry. Let me turn that off. For January 21st, 2025. First thing, I'd like to welcome everybody out. We'll start with the committee of the whole approval. Oh, there's no minutes, so we don't even need to worry about that. So we're just gonna go right on to number 1. Form-based code discussion. Looks like Zachary Smallwood is not here, so Chad Wilkinson will be presenting, and Mark Morris from VODA Landscape Planning presenting. You have 30 minutes.
Let's set your computer up.
Hi Mark, how are you?
Hi Dan, well, how are you?
Good.
Right.
Good to see you.
I'm back again.
Get this hooked up here.
Oh.
Get the equipment and bring the
Feels so
computer.
long since I've seen you, Mark.
I know, it's true.
It's been like a month.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the time. I'm just going to do a brief introduction. Mark did a great job with Planning Commission last week, just giving an update. We had some really good discussion at our Planning Commission meeting. A lot of good comments from planning commissioners and good feedback. So the purpose of today's meeting is just to give you an update of where we're at in the process and show some of the work that's been done. And if you have questions, we'd be happy to try to answer those. So with that in mind, we have 30 minutes. We had about an hour and a half discussion at the Planning Commission the other night, so we're not going to have quite that amount of time, but
Which was really good.
it was good
It
conversation.
was
So,
really good.
Mark,
Great, thank you, and I appreciate the time today to talk about form-based code again. Since I was here last, we've been working with our steering committee represented on the committee from this group with Diane and Adam, a few other planners on staff to kind of help to calibrate the form-based code to get us where we need to be. So we've got a brief presentation. We can go through questions and comments you may have. At this stage, we're kind of finalizing a draft of the code, taking comments, revisions, and all of that, hopefully bringing it back to this group for public hearing and adoption in the next couple months. So, great. So, form-based code, just as a quick reminder of what we talked about last time, the code is really a different way to regulate development. The form-based code would really only apply to the city center area and is calibrated specifically to a specific location. Form-based code allows for a wide variety of use. So use is less, less front and center than perhaps you're used to in the past, but is still a consideration with form-based code. The code update is really just saying here are kind of the rules of the game for the next 20, 30 years. None of this is, it's not a master plan. It's not saying here's exactly what's going to happen. It's just updating the code to more closely align with what's in your general plan, other plans that the city has developed for the city center area. Existing uses and businesses are in no way pushed out when using a form-based code. You may have businesses that have concerns or may ask the question, what does this mean for my business? No one is pushed out by a form-based code. It's really just saying if a property redevelops, if that business changes drastically as far as the footprint or size or scale, the code would apply. But if someone is here in the city center doing their thing, they can stay as long as they would like. The city center area that you can see on the map here, currently this entire area is under your MCCD zone. The entire form-based code would basically replace the MCCD zoning in its entirety. That current zoning under MCCD is kind of broad mixed use. The form-based code is mixed use of a different kind. As you can see from this map, the form-based code divides up the area into even smaller form districts that, again, regulate height, building setback, all of that in a little bit.
We're trying to fix this one and I just cut you guys off.
Oh,
I'm so
that's,
sorry.
it's fine, it's fine,
Okay.
you're fine.
Okay. Some of the surrounding cities around Murray that have been using form-based code in the last few years, we have worked directly with Midvale City. They adopted a form-based code in 2019 and have been happy with those results. Salt Lake City was the first in the state, and other cities have kind of adopted those to follow. Yeah.
What size of an area did these cities develop a form-based code for?
Sure, that's a good question. The Midvale City Code is really just their historic Main Street area. I would say geographically probably similar in size to what this Murray City Center.
Okay, and the other ones are pretty similar to that then?
The others are all over the map.
Really?
We helped Sunset City adopt theirs the end of 2023. Theirs was a very long area that was kind of all of the commercial in their entire city. So that one was a little bit different. Salt Lake City has a few different pockets around the city. They have quite a bit of the city now as far as their commercial that's regulated by form-based code. So everyone's a little bit different. We're also currently working with Cottonwood Heights City. They have a few nodes along Fort Union Boulevard that they're developing form-based code for. So the code isn't, really you can develop a form-based code for as large or as small of an area as you would like. Most cities, like Murray, has taken the approach to say, here's an area that we're going to focus on. Usually after a city gets more comfortable with what that process looks like, you might pinpoint other parts of the city that you would want to apply that to. Typically, a form-based code is only applied to a commercial area that has redevelopment potential. You wouldn't ever apply it to like an existing single-family neighborhood just because the change there is, minimal. It's, backyard ADUs and things like that. So.
Chad, have you ever used the form-based code? Were you aware of it?
That Bountiful City one right there was, I was there when we adopted that, 2016.
okay.
So yeah, that one's focused on their historic downtown, if you're familiar with their little main street they have there. So, yep.
Yeah, and if you're familiar with Bountiful or Midvale, a lot of it is, okay, we've got some historic structures. How do we align the code so those historic structures are honored, but new development is encouraged, but fits in with the context? I've got a few photos here from a couple months back of Midvale's Main Street. If you're familiar with it, there's some kind of 1 and 2 story buildings along their Main Street that have been there for many decades. Form-based code was adopted in 2019, and since then, quite a bit of development has come along, particularly on the north end of their historic Main Street. But as you can see, this building in the upper left, this is a brand new building. It uses historic forms, materials, all of the things that you would hope to have in a place where you want to make sure that new development doesn't feel out of place with the kind of historic character.
How much is Midvale's
Oh,
movement is based upon the change to the form-based code, and how much of it is them as a city attracting or pushing for redevelopment there?
I think a little of column A and a little of column B. They developed a redevelopment area for the Main Street area. They had no new construction on their Main Street, I would say, in a couple decades. Like there was not a lot going on. If you go there today, there's a lot
Yeah.
going on.
Yes.
It
It's
wasn't,
bustling.
yeah, so the form-based code wasn't on its own. That's not enough of a kind of a carrot to get things going. They also had RDA funds and things like that to kind of encourage that. So it's a tool, but like other tools, it can be used with others.
I don't see any signage,
Signage is, as far as,
like what businesses they are. Like, I see a coffee shop,
sure.
but I don't see is there gonna be signage in the form-based code? Is there not gonna be signage? I mean, I see one up at the very top, but
So this,
how do you know what businesses?
sure, that's a good question. This building on the right, this is an apartment building, so I think this is probably the name of that
Oh,
that
okay.
building. This building was brand new. I don't even think it was occupied when I took the photos there, but as you can see here, this ground floor space is all commercial space. So when those are occupied, I think you would see signage up here on that horizontal piece there. So A form-based code definitely includes signage in its regulation in the code, as far as the size and type and all of those things.
And that was one of Jake Pearson's questions
About,
on last Thursday, was about signage.
yeah, we had a bit of discussion, it
Yeah.
may come as no surprise, about neon signs and marquee type signs.
A lot of discussion.
Yeah, so the signage in Utah is always a hot button issue, and so we want to make sure with the form-based code, we're allowing the types of signs we want to allow and closely regulating those that they don't get too big or too obnoxious.
Okay.
Yes.
The benefit to current property owners is really flexibility. The form-based code recognizes that market conditions often drive which uses are going to pencil with any particular development. So if someone comes along, private property owner wants to redevelop, there is a broad categories that they can use as far as which use would be allowed by the city. The focus really is on where that building is located, how does it address the street, where its primary entrance is located. So those types of things are more closely regulated than use. If you think about the buildings you currently have along State Street, those have changed use many, many times. We want these buildings to be timeless so that if the business changes, the use changes, that building is endlessly reusable rather than a single purpose building like a Costco, which has a very short list of people who can use a building like that.
I have a question. Can you go back to the previous
Sure.
photo? Where's the parking? Okay, parking will be for the apartments somewhere in there.
Sure.
But where's the parking on the other?
Sure, that is a great question. Typically with the form-based code, the requirement is that parking is located either under the building or behind it.
Okay,
So it's really saying, traditionally, a city center has buildings that front the street, they have good transparency, they have doors and windows at that street level, and the parking is located behind. So when we talk about form, that's one of the forms that
Okay.
a form-based code focuses on, is just making sure that we don't end up with lots of parking along your main streets and then buildings far away from the sidewalk.
it would have been nice if you took pictures of what it looked like in the back for parking
Sure.
compared to those buildings.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
how many people could come into those buildings.
yeah.
The
that-
apartment and the other three, I would be curious what the parking looked like in the back. But I can go do that myself. I'll just drive there.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that discussion that we've had with the steering committee as far as parking requirements and all of that. Currently drafted, the form-based code isn't wildly different from what your current parking requirements are for the MCCD zone. So there are a little bit of some changes to that, but for the most part, those requirements are pretty simple.
To go off of Mark, I think we've actually increased the minimum slightly from what it previously was, and there's no max.
Yeah, we've changed a couple of them as far as I think it was by bedroom quantity
Yeah.
or
Yes.
something like that, yeah. Typically with a form-based code, what we're trying to do is to make it more predictable for everyone so that the process is clear, whether you're a property owner, whether you're city staff, city council, planning commission, a pretty clear process of approval. Where it would start would be a pre-application meeting with planning staff at the city. The part of the form-based code includes a worksheet that really goes through piece by piece, step by step, that shows here are exactly what those requirements would be. The applicant would then submit to the city. If the planning staff has review and comments in order to make sure that the proposal meets those form-based code requirements. If those are under certain thresholds, you could have an administrative approval. So we're talking smaller projects, if they meet all of the requirements, could be approved administratively. Most of them are gonna end up in column B over here, where they're gonna go through some supplementary review. So,
I'm a little concerned of that.
sure,
Small projects can be approved administratively, means the public has no input on that.
sure. Well, you would have basically this application process. We can set those thresholds wherever you're comfortable those should be. Typically, those projects would be under an acre. They would be projects that are under a certain footprint of a building. They would have to meet all of the, all of the form-based code requirements right out of the gate in order to meet that.
So just to say it a little bit different way, one of the advantages to a form-based code is because of the structure of the code, you know what you're gonna get, right? So someone could come in and say, this is what the form-based code says this building ought to look like. You know pretty much what you're going to get from that building. So there's not a lot of discretion needed because it's very, the form-based code has those standards in place already.
And that is a question, that I think we'll continue to try to figure out what the right threshold is for that.
Yeah.
But one of the motivators there is to say, hey, if you stick to the form-based code, you get a faster track approval than if you're gonna go through these other processes. So kind of rewarding those who, stick to the code without a lot of friction there.
So Paul, I pushed on this too, and one of the things that they explained to me is it puts the burden on us to make sure we create a good code. And then if we created the right code, then it can just be administratively handled without. So this is where we need to make sure we're going through it with a fine-tooth comb over the next few months or weeks.
And the idea is if someone does what
Yeah.
we'd like them to do, they'll have a quicker process than if someone's doing something.
Like we almost need to put on the how can I cheat and go around this and still stay within the code hat,
Mm-hmm.
and then try to plug those holes before we
Yeah, and that I think we kind of take the same approach to say, okay, if someone is sort of doing it not in good faith, how would they try to skirt these? If that can't be met, then it would go through other, planning commission appeals and things like that. But usually those are addressed by that architectural review.
Can I get you to unplug that just real quickly?
Sure.
Thank you. Can we plug that into that one just to see what happens? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh,
worries.
you're
No worries.
fine, you're fine.
One of the, as part of this process, one of the things that we've developed is a prototype. The prototype chooses a site in the city center and basically goes through step by step. Here's how that applies to this particular parcel. That prototype can be used endlessly as far as discussions with this group or with planning staff. They may use that prototype to say, hey, this applicant is not meeting this one particular parameter. Here's how that plays out, and using that prototype as kind of an example. Is the setback not exactly what's required, or is there something in there? So it's meant to be a graphic representation of the.
explain that in a different way. I think I got it, but explain it in a different way. Like give me a fictitious example.
Ready for us to change back?
Yeah,
Well, I'm just kind of afraid that might be the apple. That's kind of
Well, let's-
a weird signal. Go ahead.
Let's try and see what happens.
Go ahead.
He's got it before here, though.
well, those apples, there's always a bad one.
Always the bad. Pam with it.
Which I don't have.
It's just the scary stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, this one just came back.
So let's see, so the prototype, for this particular prototype, we chose the Wells Fargo on the corner of Vine and State. And really just looked at it to say, okay, if this were to redevelop, what sort of parameters would we want to see? So it goes through step by step and shows, okay, here's where the building needs to be located. Here's the minimum footprint of that building. You can see it's kind of pulled up against the street. What do those setbacks look like? Where is the parking located on that site? how much of that building is occupied, kind of minimum occupancy along those street frontages. And then we look at heights, volumes, how does that facade articulate? So that's how the prototype kind of goes through each one of those. So imagine in the future, Zach or his staff come to this group and say, hey, we've got this applicant, they haven't met this one, facade articulation, here's what that means. It's a lot easier to look at a graphic of a building and say, here's where they're not meeting that, than to put up, here's a bunch of text and we all have to interpret what that means. So the prototype is meant to be a tool that you can use in the future to kind of make sure you're having a discussion that addresses what is it, the issue at hand. So we chose the Wells Fargo site because it looks, that really is a prime piece of real estate for how much of it is eaten up by parking and drive-through. If that were to redevelop in the future, that could be a really key piece of the city center as far as, being the corner of state and Vine.
Yes, thank you, appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. And the prototype, like I mentioned, it goes through quite a bit of that, but the intent is to make sure you've got something that tells us, okay, when we're talking building heights, when we're talking minimum occupied space in the building, what does that mean as far as the code requires? You'll see we've left use till the very, very end. Use, again, is still part of the code, but it is given a lot more leeway, a lot more flexibility for property owners to determine what is it that's viable for their development. Questions about any of that so far?
When you, a prototype site, upper floors, lodging, would that be apartments or hotel?
That is a great question. So the uses are really regulated by whether they are permitted on the ground floor or the upper floor or not permitted at all. We have some uses that we really are trying to encourage on ground floors. Upper floors, a little bit more flexibility, whether it's office, hotel, apartments. Those types of uses, we're just trying to get them up off the street. So things that are a little bit more public facing or engaging would be on the ground floor of those buildings, like in any city center, town center type area. So the categories are pretty broad, but each one of those districts have a little bit different approach to how those uses are regulated in the code. Okay, great. Let's go back to. So the five form districts that we have, the Civic Center is kind of around this building here in the middle. We've got a specific form district along State Street. We've got a transit neighborhood form district that's a little bit closer to the Trax and Front Runner stations. The form district on the right there along Center Street is what we call residential transition, where you'd want to make sure that it's kind of a buffer for the single family neighborhoods to the east. And then the NC neighborhood corridor is kind of the things that are fronting 4800 South. So each one of those is regulated a little bit differently as far as heights and uses. The intent again is to be kind of site specific as far as what the city would encourage or allow in these areas. One thing I'll mention as part of the Boulevard District, which is along State Street, we do have some additional language in here as far as architectural requirements. Typically, form-based code is not an architectural guide. It's not requiring specific types of architecture. The steering committee, as part of that process, it came out that we wanted those buildings along State Street to have a little bit more of a historic feel to them, so that they felt like they fit in with the buildings along State Street that will stay. And what that looks like is up to interpretation from a property owner, but it would be something that would say, we want new buildings to look like it's harder to tell this is an old building, this is a new building, to make sure that that corridor feels historically context sensitive and so forth. So those restrictions here are not super prescriptive. They're really saying here are material types or form of windows and doors that would feel like they were historically appropriate. Did I get that close to right, Adam?
Yep.
Yeah.
I just one quick before you move on from here.
Yeah.
We seem to use a railroad track on the left, kind of up our margin, except for the very top. Did we just,
What we did here is we basically drew the line where the MCCD zone
Okay.
ends.
Okay.
So if there's some differentiation there, we can look at that, but that was kind of where we.
I'm just curious, but you follow MCCD pattern, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with
Yeah,
it.
and usually it's easiest if you've got a specific zone that you're kind of swapping out one for one for a form-based code. There is a section south of Arlington that is in the MCCD zone, but because you've already gone pretty far down the road with redevelopment of the whole City Hall site,
Yeah.
we've left that out of the form-based code just to not muddy up the waters with that process at all. But all of the other MCCD zone would be replaced by the form-based code.
So that you mentioned Arlington, Chad, are we having conversations with them and seeing that if they're, and not, I mean, it's not gonna be imposed on them, right? But any hint or idea that, hey, you gotta play by the rules, you know?
We certainly want them to follow good design principles, and they have,
Yeah.
we've got some design that they've submitted that's, consistent. I don't know that, I haven't looked at it in terms of meeting all the form-based code, but it's got good urban
Consistent.
design.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, and I've seen some of them, and nothing that I've seen at least looks like it's wildly out of step with the form-based code, but we
Yeah.
didn't want to get in between
Makes sense.
all of those discussions.
Makes sense.
So. Okay, great. Any specific questions I can answer? For you.
We have 4 minutes.
You got 4 minutes for questions?
My only question is that when I watched the planning meeting, is that Jake Pearson had a lot of findings when he delved into it.
Mhm.
Are you going to, is the committee and your planning department, are you going to look at all of his findings? Okay,
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. And
because some of them were really good.
that's, sure.
And
Yeah,
so-
he went through the whole document, which
Oh,
was
he-
fantastic. Yeah,
He was like, he
he did his homework.
was like, wow.
Yeah.
I don't even have any of that, but that was good. But anyways, I
Yes.
just curious if you're gonna look through all of his findings and,
Yeah, we took careful notes, and that's one of the reasons we're here, is to get this kind of feedback. And-
yeah.
Yep.
Just, I would like you to make sure that you go over all of his findings that he had found in his paperwork, so.
Yeah, and that's kind of where we are in the process, is to get into really all of the details and
Right.
say, okay, is this use regulated in a way that you're comfortable with? Are there other questions that we need to address? But
Yeah.
at this point, we've got kind of a draft of the full code and are trying to kind of move closer to the adoption.
And then you'll go back to the planning commissioners with
Correct.
the corrections or things that they brought up? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So we have final approval.
Correct.
Yeah.
The planning commission could
Yeah.
full well recommend it.
It's
And,
just a recommendation.
yeah, and you could decide whether you're there yet.
Yeah.
So.
Are you, Paul and Pam, are you feeling comfortable, or do we want Mark to come back for
No.
more education?
No, I just wanna see what they
Yeah.
come up with, your committee, your department, and you, with Jake's. And then I will feel if I feel good. I mean, because I really thought he really found some things that
Yeah, we had
needs to be looked at.
indeed, and I think his input was really detailed, which is
Very
which
much
is-
so,
which is
yeah. Mm-hmm.
fantastic. I think we'll make sure that he's comfortable with the way that we've resolved those. A lot of it
mean-
was about I'd say vending carts, food
Yeah.
trucks,
I tuned in
signage,
for a few minutes, and I saw that there was.
EV stations.
EV stations.
Yeah, and then,
So what about the
Yeah, well,
EV
this is already one on
stations?
TV.
There was some language in here about city required EV stations, which the city doesn't have that requirement yet, and so he didn't want to include that in here if the city hasn't had that conversation yet.
Yeah.
Sounds like we need to make some requirements for EV stations.
So that, I think we may take out of the form-based code, and then in the future, when the city does have that requirement, we could say, okay, well, here's the language that would line up with what, because that's a big conversation.
Yeah.
And so I think he just said, if we don't already have that requirement, let's not have that in the code.
it was a really good conversation that the planning commissioners were having with you and Zach, so.
Yeah, and I think at this
That
point,
was
we
excellent.
want to make sure that you feel
Yes.
like you understand. you know, currently you don't have your entire code memorized
Right.
in any way, but I think understanding how form-based code would be a little bit different. You're asking the right questions and kind of feel comfortable with where we're going. The cities that are using it, I'd say they'll inevitably come back and say, okay, we've got something we need to modify in the form-based code. Until you're a couple years into that, you may not know what's the, you know, what. So this is done for the next 25 years. It's just to say, here's where we're starting.
Right.
We may have some edits to this in the future.
So it's a dynamic document?
Indeed. Any permanent changes to the form-based code, as we've talked about, those would come back to the city council.
Yeah.
This would never be changed across the board unless the city council has that,
Yeah.
you know, adoption process.
Okay.
Excellent.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark.
Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Alrighty, we're on discussion item number 2. Let me turn my pages here. An ordinance relating to land use amends the general plan from office to high-density residential, amends the zoning map from G-O, general office, to R-M-25, multi-family high-density residential for the property located at 825-865 East, 4800 South, Murray City. And it looks like we have David Rogers and Chad Wilkinson presenting.
Thank you. We're hoping that David and I can equal one Zach on this. Zach again is not feeling well, but we're gonna try to tag team this a little bit. And, you know, this is, of course, this property has a long history that I'm sure the council's aware of a lot of that context, but we'll just talk a little bit about it. This, again, this, as was stated, this is a general plan amendment and a zone map amendment. I'm just gonna ask, maybe, David, if you can just go through some of these details real quick, and then we'll just get into a little bit of a discussion about it.
Yep, absolutely. So this is the Lotus development it's between 825 to 865 East, 4800 South, right there on 7th East. And as Chad said, it is both a future land use map and a zoning map amendment. So here's a little small overview of the site. It's just under 3 acres. This, let's see, okay, you guys don't see a mouse from here. The blue outline is the property that we are talking about in particular. And this is what the current zoning is of the parcel. As Chad mentioned, this is a general office zone currently. There's some R18s to the west, there's RM10 to the south, commercial to the north. And the future land use map, as currently existing, lists this as office, and then there's residential surrounding it. So that's a little bit of background for this parcel. This has, it received a positive recommendation from Planning Commission. After it went through some changes, it went to Planning Commission once with the parcel just to the west. So 787 up on that map, I'm sorry I don't have like a cursor or anything for you. But that long, thin parcel just to the west was originally included in the application, and there was some discussion from residents about that. And so the applicant went back and removed that parcel, planning to keep it R18 and separated it from the parcel that they're bringing forward for the general plan amendment and the rezone.
Is that landscaping, is that why?
It's like, a lot of it's forested, there's a
Yeah,
lot of
forest.
trees there.
Okay.
So this is again, it's one of those classic questions, you know, when is it appropriate to change a general plan designation? You know, one of the things that's pointed out that I think is a good thing from our applicant is they did take the time to go talk to the neighboring residents, talk about, you know, some of their concerns. That parcel being excluded from this zone change is a direct result of those conversations with those neighbors, trying to address those concerns. You know, it's pointed out in the staff report, and maybe part of your previous conversations on the property, but this development, we're sorry we don't have a pointer, but the development there to the southeast, although zoned RM10, is actually developed at a higher density. So the densities that are proposed for this particular parcel are consistent with the densities that we have. This again has frontage on a very busy street, of course, Van Winkle, you got 4800 South, you got that major intersection there. So, you know, appropriate for some type of a multifamily type of zoning in that context. You know, again, they've spent a lot of time going to the neighboring property owners. This was reviewed by the Planning Commission and did get a unanimous recommendation of approval after conversations of their concerns and testimony by some of the public. So we would also recommend that the City Council and recommend approval of this zone change and this general plan amendment.
Could you explain the difference between what they're requesting and what we looked at before, which was RM15? So this is RM 25. And we'd considered before RM 15.
Right.
So
So it's a
I'd
higher,
like to
it's a
know
higher
the
density
difference.
zoning, of course, but again, part of it is that we've taken out some property as well that was part of that original proposal. So is there, can you use your cursor on that drawing up there? Just want to see if we can.
You
doesn't
can
wanna-
go.
That's probably the best thing.
Yeah, no, I
So it's a
can-
fairly big parcel that's at number 787 there.
That's
Yeah.
a substitute
So the
teacher
original,
and
the R115 application that you guys saw
Yeah.
included all of this here and was approximately 4 acres. And by removing this is just over an acre. This current area is it's just like 2.8 acres, so it's under 3 acres compared to the original one.
Isn't this usually for TODs, for transit-oriented developments,
I
the
know.
25?
I know in our code, we have specific zones for TOD, like the Fireclay area has a TOD zone in particular. So this zone is just multifamily, it's not particularly looked at as TOD or mixed use or something like that, it is particularly for residential.
So explain to me, the RM 25, what is allowed in RM 25?
So again, it's principally a multifamily zone, it's a residential zone, so it's not a mixed-use zone or a TOD zone, it allows for residential use. It's, similar zoning to what you see across the street to the south there.
Right.
It allows for things like townhomes, multifamily apartments at a density of 22 units to the acre. There's some things that they can do to get a higher
Okay, 22
density.
units to the
Yes.
So the 25, that 25 unit to the acre is only possible if they do some various, it's a residential incentive, a density incentive bonus that they have to do various changes to architecture, design elements, affordable housing, those kind of things to get to that higher density. So this is that lower density, the RM 22, or the 22 units to the acre. Now, we have in the staff report, and again, we're pitch hitting for Zach a little bit here, but the total number of units that, because of that reduction in that R1 increase to the west there, the total number of units ends up being,
I thought it was 44 units. Because on page 8 at the very top, it says he decided the request in detail and the number of units proposed for developments on the number of acres being rezoned, which will be 22 units an acre on a 2.93 acres, which,
It could be more.
Get up to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's
So,
saying,
yes.
22 per acre.
22 per acre, so it's almost 3 acres, so the max, in an RM22, if it was 3 acres, would be 66.
66. And so do we have infrastructure that will accommodate that
we do, yeah.
in that area?
Yeah, it's been reviewed by engineering and the various
And
departments.
Trey would never let this go.
Okay, I just didn't see where it had been, where they had approved that.
I wanna push on the infrastructure for a little bit.
Yeah.
Can we, is this the full engineering report that they gave you in our packet, these 3 sentences? Or one sentence?
Those are the comments from engineering, yeah.
Yes, so when we do
That's all we have?
Yes, so when we do planning review meeting, I'm the one who is in charge of those and sends that to the departments, and I take what they submit and put those directly into the folders for our projects, and those go verbatim into the staff report.
Because,
So, sorry, Adam.
oh, go for it.
I was gonna say, all of the different departments and the comments that are attributed to them are directly what they sent to us.
So, because based upon what this comment says, some turning movements may need to be restricted. Seems like we're gonna have to change some traffic patterns because of increased traffic. But the Lotus report tells us we're gonna have a decrease in traffic. So it seems like one's saying one thing and the other one's saying a different thing about how this is gonna impact the neighborhood.
I think, we're gonna have a traffic study is my understanding from reading the report. That'll tell us a lot about what those traffic movements are going to be. But generally speaking, you have traffic that's generated by the current geo zoning in there. You've got a commercial traffic rate. You've got multifamily, those types of uses generate actually on a per unit basis less traffic per unit than a single family home, for example. So we're gonna look at that and see what those comparisons are, but if there are restricted movements that are needed, we'll work through that in the site planning process. This would just be the zone change. But as you read through those other comments, you've got, again, engineering at the top, you've got power, wastewater, as you put on the list there. Each of those have reviewed this development and they find that, the infrastructure is adequate there with some, potential modifications for traffic concerns. That'll be worked through in our site plan review process. If there needs to be a change to some of the turning movements or restriction, that'll be part of the conditions of approval for the development.
Yeah, just to add to that, so when we send them the rezone, a lot of our departments have kind of more general comments based on just like the rezone process that will be very different when it goes through the site plan review process.
So I'm gonna keep pushing on this traffic for a second, cause on this one, do you wanna go? Sorry, I kinda cut you off.
No, I just wanna say, I'm wondering why we should approve this when everything hasn't been determined, the traffic pattern, those kinds of things, why we should even consider it at this point.
So on the zone change, it's a great question. On the zone change, we're looking at the broad categories of uses that could be allowed, including the densities. And based on those, we have infrastructure in place to handle it. This is 4800 South is a major street, Van Winkle is a major street. So we have the basic infrastructure that can handle those types of traffic generation. So what we're really talking about there is those site details. We're not talking about traffic that will in any way, blow up an intersection or have a negative impact that hasn't been anticipated with the design. We're really talking about those details of we might have to restrict a turn movement at one of the driveways to maybe a right in, right out only, to try to address some of these intersection conflicts and those types of things. But the general traffic generation from the site is not anticipated to be so much that would create major concerns with those intersections or the street network.
Yeah, I went and drove over there and drove around and many of those businesses are not even occupied. And it's very quiet, there's, hardly any traffic being generated from that site. But then if they have how many units, which they could have?
60 plus.
660, yeah.
But one way to think about that though, again, is you've got zoning that would allow for traffic right now. So GO has a certain traffic that you would expect if that was developed completely and we had full development of that parcel, right? So it's not starting at zero, it's starting at what would that parcel be anticipated to create if it had full build out of the GO zone. And then we look at what would that be anticipated to create full build out with an RM25. That's what we're comparing, not necessarily what is happening today, because we all know that, and particularly we've had some changing circumstances over the last several years with the pandemic. Office uses just don't perform the way they historically have. So the actual traffic being generated by the site is not really what we look at in this analysis. It's what could this site generate with its current zoning? What could it generate with the proposed zoning? And are there concerns with the differences between those two? And there's not any major concerns with those at this point.
Okay, so this density in RM25, according to the explanation, such as have access to frequent transit. What bus routes or transit do we have in that area? Is it all commuter cars?
Yeah,
Like rail
off the top of
cars?
my head, I'm not exactly sure which routes go around this area.
There is no bus.
There's no
No bus.
we have Route 47, then we have Route.
So-
Part of it going that way.
Yeah, that's why I said.
So it's not meeting this zone isn't meeting some of our objectives in this area for where we should put this zone.
We'll look into that. That's a good question. See what we've got available there. I'm not sure if there's a route that runs up and down Van Winkle or not. It may not be, but we'll find out for you between now and council. The council this, yeah.
I'm aware of that.
There is zero appetite from District 1 residents to approve any high density zoning or change
Same with
any zoning.
District 2.
So it's gonna be a hard pass on District 1.
And I have a lot of questions still, and we're running out of time, and we're really on a short schedule, so I'm gonna ask the council, do we wanna have them come back in the next committee of the whole and go over some more of our questions? Maybe they will come up with some things that you've asked for, and they can bring them back to us. How do you feel about that?
I don't think we're ready to vote.
So this
I'm not
actually
in.
does not go before the council for a vote until February 18th.
Yeah, we'd like to do
So
something.
we can have another meeting to
Yeah.
discuss it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
that'd
look
be
into the
really
transit
helpful.
question for you.
I'm wondering if it would be helpful for the questions, if you can get those to Chad before the next
Okay.
meeting, so he can research them and have some better
Okay.
answers.
Yeah. happy to do that. And
We'd
we'll
just
have-
like to surprise you with questions. We're not gonna let you know beforehand.
No, these are great
I
questions.
mean, if you look at
Yeah.
page 7 in the second paragraph, it said that Mr. Hughes and Mr. Byrd approached the podium. And he said, I don't know which one it was he, Mr. Hughes or Mr. Byrd, he said they've commissioned a traffic study which they shared with the neighbors.
Yeah.
What was shared? And then the proposed townhomes would be built to current energy efficient, okay, that's fine, but then 44
But we
units
don't
and
assume,
know.
assume that they're doing townhomes or anything else.
Right, exactly. But, I mean, what was his traffic study? What was his finding? And he said he shared it with the neighbors. Well, what did he share with the neighbors?
Be happy to
That-
find that out for you by the next.
Yeah, I
meeting.
would like, yeah, and then,
Is this District 3?
yeah, it is.
And that's another thing.
I know.
Someone's gonna
Yes.
be there,
Yep.
and I really think they should
Yep.
have some input, because this could be a.
I know. I have the same concern.
And I'd like to ask a question, but I'm gonna save it and send it to you guys.
Awesome, yeah, please send any questions, yes,
I-
happy to
We're
come back
not
with
going
some
to bring
answers.
it up in,
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
thank you. All right, so now we're running right along, perfect timing. Discussion ordinance amending set 17, section 17-12-070 of the Murray City Municipal Code relating to compensation for planning commission members. It will be Chad Wilkinson that will be presenting. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, yeah, this is, just as was described with what you just read, is this is a proposed increase to the pay of our planning commission. So occasionally it's good to review how much your planning commission is being compensated. Of course, they are predominantly volunteers. If you look at the per hour rate that someone gets, this is a per meeting that we're talking about, $50 per meeting. So the time that they spend reading the large packets that they get, the time that they spend coming to our meetings, they do get some minimal compensation to help out with those impacts to their financial situation. So we took a look at some of the surrounding communities. We're in the middle somewhere.
Yeah.
As far as what we compensate now and what's proposed. I will just say anecdotally that in Layton, you're getting $40 per meeting when I left, so it's about pretty close to what we're talking about here. It's a little bit of an increase, but I think
Did Layton get a dinner?
Layton never got a dinner. Now, I'd say maybe once a year we'd have a little training that we do where we provide them dinner, but no, we just.
Because
we give it per meeting.
these planning commissioners, holy moly. They could stay up to 4 hours
Yeah.
or beyond.
They really take a lot of heat for the council and a lot of the meetings
They
they
do.
have,
And
Yeah.
especially from citizens or developers or whatever. I
So I
have
think-
absolutely no problem with this at all.
Yeah, I think compensation for, a lot of them will also travel to the sites before the meetings, drive out. and take a
Not
look at
only
things.
once, they could go 2 or 3 times to relook and take pictures and go over it, and so.
So this really does feel like a fair proposal that we're proposing there. It's going from 40 to 50. Again, just to acknowledge that, gas prices, all those things go up over time.
Yep.
And so we would be, again, and this was also reviewed by the planning commission, and they sent their positive recommendation.
Which I also, if they don't make the meetings, they don't get
They don't
paid.
get paid, that's right.
So we have to remember that they don't go to the meetings, they don't get paid. But if they go to the meetings, then they get paid.
That's right.
And that's what I read in the findings, so.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, on a controversial zone change or something, they could be hours that meeting.
Oh,
It just depends on what the items are, so.
there was one I was watching, I was up until 1 in the morning, and I was like, holy moly, how did these people even, I would be asleep. I would have to have food,
So
so.
it says after finding a leftover balance in the budget.
That's because we have some that don't come to every meeting, so we have commissioners that don't attend every single meeting, and so you do have some extra.
So how long is the raise sustainable? Are we looking at without an increase? 2 years, 6 months,
I don't
forever?
have a time, but we'll budget for it in the future if we need to. I mean, this does seem like, if you look at some of the other rates, we have cities that are, getting up to $100 per
Yeah.
meeting, and this seems like a good middle range that's sustainable over time.
That was your question, how long,
Like how much do we have in that budget, so before you have to ask for more in the budget?
That's a good question, we could look into that, but it's sustainable, it's not a big increase, so it's sustainable.
And they meet once a month or twice?
Twice.
Twice a month,
Yeah. So it's like an extra $100 a month from the budget.
yeah.
Right.
Any other questions?
No, I have absolutely no problem with this.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it.
So, I guess we're done. Any questions, council? Hey, then I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you. Redevelopment Agency of Murray City to convene beginning at 4, Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. And we're here in the Murray City Council chambers. Members of the public may view the meeting via the live stream at www.murraycitylive.com or facebook.com Murray City, Utah. So welcome. Not many here, but welcome those who are here and those who are watching. So we get started. First, we have approval of minutes for October 15th, 2024 and November 19th, 2024, and I will take them together. Are there any questions, concerns, changes regarding these minutes?
I had none, but I will move to approve the minutes of October 15th, 2024 and November 19th, 2024.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Hearing none, we will continue on. We are at the second, which is requested to be a closed session per Utah Code 52-4-205-1E to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property approximately located at 4800 South and State Street. The RDA Board will reconvene in the Arlington Conference Room, Suite number 299 at 10 East 4800 South, Murray, Utah. However, first we need to call roll and make sure that everyone is okay with this. So would you call roll, Brooke?
To approve the.
Board member, we need a motion.
Oh, that's right.
I
We need a
will,
motion.
I'll motion to close the session per Utah Code, Utah State Code 52-4-205-1E to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property approximately located at 4800 South and State Street.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. It has been, we have a motion and a second. Would you please call the roll?
Point of order, it's a 2/3 majority is what we need.
Yes.
Mr. Hawk.
Aye.
Mr. Pickett.
Aye.
Ms. Cotter.
Aye.
Ms. Turner.
Aye. Okay, we will reconvene at the, let's see, at the Arlington Conference Room, Suite 299.
I believe the chair then announces a vote. It's just that it was unanimous. You need to.
The vote was unanimous. Now we will reconvene. Can you tell I'm just new at this? here to reconvene the RDA. We are here to reconvene the redevelopment agency of Murray, Utah for January 21st, 2025. I will take a motion to reconvene. Oh, we already did that. Okay. To get back to open session. So I will take a motion to get back to open session.
It's been done.
That's already been done?
Yep.
Okay. So, the RDA Board met in closed session to discuss the purchase, sale of property and decided on a strategy to move forward. The board understands the strategy, and I will now take a motion to pursue that strategy.
I make a motion that we adopt the strategy discussed in the closed session.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second it.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Brooke, would you take the roll?
Mr. Hawk?
Aye.
Mr. Pickett?
Aye.
Ms. Cotter?
Aye.
Ms. Turner?
Aye. Okay, this should move the project forward. Thank you, board.
And I know we're supposed to be, oh, you have to close it.
All right, we are now adjourned.
Okay, so we are now going to be, just give the council at least 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, okay? Hey, welcome. I would like to call this meeting to order. It's the public hearing for a special council meeting beginning at 5 o'clock. Well, we're starting at 5:05, Tuesday, January 21st, 2025, in the Murray City Council Chamber located at Murray City Hall, 10 East, 4800 South. I am the council chair, Pam Cotter. I would like to read some things to the candidates. Thank you. I sat in your seat 7 years, I don't know, long time ago. So, and Paul Pickett has too. So, each candidate will be asked to respond to 4 questions. Candidates will have a maximum of 1.5 minutes to answer each question. Jennifer, our executive director down here next to Councilmember Adam Hawk, will give you a warning when you have 30 seconds left, and a bell will go off at 1.5 minutes. The order of the candidates' responses will change with each question. Oh, I guess my voice is too stern. Oh.
I was worried that was one of the candidates already.
Please follow Patty's instructions to stay in order. And Patty is right behind you, and she is part of the council staff with us also. So with that, I am going to turn some time over to G.L. Critchfield, our city attorney.
Those of you who have seen this before, probably not many, and those who haven't seen this before, this is a little bit odd. What will happen after the interviews, there will be an initial vote. And the idea is to get it down to 2 candidates. If we have ties in those initial votes, then there could be a coin toss to decide who goes on. But we'll get two people, and then there'll be a second vote. And if that's a tie, then it'll be a coin toss to decide it ultimately. It'll come down to that. So I will be tallying along with Jennifer and others who votes for who to see what the second vote will entail, or if there's going to be a coin toss in the interim. So hang tight, enjoy the process. Thanks for being here.
Okay, so now that we have all instructions, everyone just take a deep breath and just let it out. It's all good. Okay, we're going to start with Councilmember Paul Pickett to my right. Go ahead.
Before I ask a question, I just want to say that I sat in your chair twice and lost twice. So I just ran for office. So if you don't get picked, just run for office, you know. That's the way I see it. Here's my question for all of you here. I'm interested in what you have done in the last 12 months to show that you are involved with Murray City and its residents.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. And my name is Deandra Brown. First off, I want to apologize that my resume did not attach properly to my email, so apologies about that. But to answer your question, Council Member, I have really dedicated a lot of my life because I'm passionate about helping community members. In particular, I've done a lot in the areas of domestic violence and mental health services and child abuse prevention. So I have been very active at the Capitol in helping to push for further funding for some of these projects. I am also a longstanding Murray citizen, so every example that I provide of my home life and my family comes from my 17 years here in Murray, raising my 14-year-old daughter who's about to start at Cottonwood High School this coming fall. Good grief, I'm still trying to absorb that. But it has been a wonderful opportunity to connect with citizens and victims of some of these crimes, to really hear their personal stories and how we can be better and do better and create better laws and policies that really protect them and keep them in mind, instead of just legislating and doing policy at them. It's been a core part of who I am, to bring people to the table, to work across the aisle, and to make sure that all voices are heard, fully knowing that when it comes down to it, we pass better policies and better legislation when we all give a little and work together.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. In the last 12 months, I have attended every meeting or watched it. I've read all of the packets for all the meetings and tried to participate where possible and encourage other citizens to do so as well. When citizens had questions about those, I would work with staff that I've gotten to know, and council members, to see if I could point them in the right direction or help address their concerns. And tried to attend as many Murray events and get to know the people of Murray. I've tried to stay connected with as many citizens as possible through that time. 12 months ago is when I didn't win, as I ran for this seat. And I was 958 votes, 111 votes short. And so I've tried to stay plugged into that. And also I served on a committee to work on the downtown historic plaza, part of our downtown district that we've been working on, and that would apply to the new form-based code zone that was discussed at the committee of the whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hello. I'm a little nervous, so forgive me. Thank you for doing this special meeting. Thank you, everybody, for being here, especially for other, we call them candidates or applicants. The real question I have to start out is it council member, one word or two words? What have I done in the last 12 months? So I am a graduate student up at the University of Utah. I'm trying to get a degree in school psychology, so I've been extremely busy and focused on that. But my focus has been communicating directly with my district representative, which is, I want to call her Rosalba, but so that's kind of my involvement, trying to figure out what the agenda has been for the entire city. I also have a friend here who is a teacher from in Murray School District, so communicating with her, kind of like what's going on that level, because again, that's a more personal level for me. And I'm looking for the time because I'm really nervous. So again, you know, part of my focus and my priority is I've studied the economic plan that the city has released pretty closely, and I'm trying to follow what the vision is, and I have to say it's been very good. So again, that's one of the reasons why I'm excited to come and be part of the city's leadership, because I think that direction is in the right direction. But I do have some concerns, and hopefully, as I have more time, I will address that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm happy to be here. As far as the service goes, there's a couple things that we've done. So I'm more of a one-on-one kind of person, and I love to meet neighbors, people in the neighborhood. My wife and I, we will take walks down through Murray Park and back up through the neighborhoods. And we've stopped and talked to quite a few people, but as far as service goes, we've had the opportunity to help a couple of our neighbors move within the last 12 months, and that was kind of fun. I mean, as fun as moving is, but it was fun because we were able to talk about them and learn more about our neighbors. And for me, I think that that's really important, that we understand who our neighbors are, who the people in our areas are, and that we feel comfortable, we feel safe. And I have also noticed a couple of different types of criminal activity on the street that I live in on 4800 South. And because of working in law enforcement, I've called the police a few times to try to help and not try to get in their way, but just to try to offer help. I'm always paying attention to suspicious things in the neighborhoods, and I'm also looking at all the buildings. I love looking at all the old buildings and trying to see what's available, what they use it for. And so I'm just very, very involved, and I'm very happy to help however I can. So I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for letting me be here.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Murray City Council. Thank you for having me here. My last 12 months, it's been a great time with Murray City. I've been, for the last almost 4 years, part of the Murray City Public Safety Advisory Board, where we used to meet once a month and talk policies and things that, what can we do to help with the police department, the fire department, and the citizens at large. I ran for office this last time. Didn't go so well, but that's okay. I kind of ran into a conflict with my military service, and unfortunately that's coming to an end. So look forward to doing that again if I don't get this here. But I really enjoyed that. The most fun was actually walking the neighborhoods and talking to people and being invited into their homes, even though I'm a little leery of that sometimes. But some Murray citizens are just awesome people, and they would do anything for you. And then this last summer, I helped, I did coach a baseball team for Babe Ruth for Murray City. So had a great time with Murray City, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, City Council. My name's Lisa Milkevich. The last year, well, I guess I tend to be more grassroots as well. I like to talk to my neighbors. I like to participate in the community, in the PTA, the community council, and school. I've held state offices for my profession in healthcare and in school districts. But then also I've been on the Murray Planning Commission for the last 9 years, and I've read every Planning Commission packet and discussed every item that's in those packets, and have followed up with how the City Council has voted on those issues as well, either watched the meeting or read through the minutes. So that was quick. I love being able the opportunity to serve my community, and I'm looking forward to possibly having this opportunity as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Leanne Parker Reed, and I thank you all for being here and for allowing us to have this experience, and all of you out there for sure. The last 12 months, I spent quite a bit of it doing some similar things like everybody else, talking to my neighbors, spending time here at the council meetings, the meetings of the whole when I can get to them, or online. Thank you for that opportunity to be able to see them online. I appreciate that too. I have volunteered my community for so long that sometimes I'm like, what am I volunteering? Oh, I'm doing this and that, and I'm always doing something. And then I forget, well, that is part of my community too. I do things with the LDS Church. I do things with the school district, with some of the other organizations that are here in the Valley. And so I spent a lot of time doing that. I spent a lot of time doing things with my family and with my close neighbors and my community people, and we're always talking things about the city, and they're like, Leanne, what's going on? And they're always asking me, so I better know. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to serve the community, and I very much enjoy spending time here with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. I'm excited to be here, honored and humbled, and a bunch of nerves. But for the last 12 months, well, a little before 12 months ago, I ran for office, and I had the opportunity to meet with many citizens and have developed those friendships and continued those friendships and been able to discuss city matters with them since then. Serving my neighbors is really important to me. And I love all the walks of life that I get exposed to when I serve those that I live next to. I love the various types of living that we have in my neighborhood, my pretty much immediate neighborhood, and to see all walks of life. I appreciate that very much. I've attended and watched many meetings, city meetings, and I've been able to speak to staff and council. And I am now a volunteer with Main Street America on the Murray City Downtown program, and I'm excited for what that can bring to us. I've discussed development plans with architects that are going to be building in our area, and I've just enjoyed being able to get to know everyone more each day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's my turn. Explain your understanding of the role of a city council member.
Well, my understanding of the role of a city council member is to represent about 10,000 residents in my district. That's my core role, but I think the overall role is to be part of the team, the leadership team that thinks about how to make Murray a better city. So I almost want to stop there. I think that's kind of the role. That's why we're here. Obviously, we're not here for ourselves. I will expand. I think my role is also to maintain constant communication with constituents, have kind of a open door policy so that if there's a concern, again, I would hope that constituents could approach any one of us, the mayor and any one of you, but since I am technically their representative, I would hope that they would bring that issue to me first. If there are issues that I could then make motions on their behalf towards the city council and the mayor, that to me would be a legitimate way of participating in democracy. So at its core, I believe my role is to serve my constituents and how to best serve Murray City. Thank you.
I thought I'd be warmed up by now, but I'm still a little nervous. I feel that city council. I think for me, if I was being part of that, I want to make Murray City a place where families and individuals and businesses can thrive, and I want to see, anticipate how communities work with the businesses, how they can thrive and anticipate the future growth, how you can develop properties to basically have a city where a place is it's safe for the residents and it's a happy place to be. Where open places where people can congregate, your neighbors and people can just feel part of a community. And I think, especially a city like Murray, it's a smaller city, and it's got some traditional values, and it's a great place for people to feel safe and family. And the businesses are fantastic, and the hospitals are fantastic. I mean, we've got one of the best hospitals in the country, and I just look at the council. They have a responsibility to help the people understand what the city does, how that functions, to keep everything functioning properly and to keep it that way for those families and individuals and businesses. So anyway, thank you.
I must apologize. First of all, I didn't introduce myself. My name's Scott Goodman. Just, I was kind of conceited of myself for everybody to see when they knew my name. Anyway, the main job of the council person is to be that link between the constituents and the city government, okay? And in that, while that seems really vague, but it's huge, because you gotta be able to work with both. You have to be able to take constructive criticism from the citizens at the same time with collaborating with the other council members. So it's a balancing act, and I see the stressors that you guys go through in trying to do that, and I appreciate that very much. But yeah, that's the main thing. You are the link, and you've got to do it with empathy. You've got to do it with leadership, and you've got to do it with a lot of integrity. Because that's huge. Okay, thank you.
Hello again, it's Lisa Milkevich. I think as a city council member, you have the honor of the responsibility of representing your constituents and hopefully encouraging your constituents to communicate with you what their desires are and taking the time to communicate with them to encourage them two-way communication. I also think it's your responsibility to dig into the detail on the topics and take the time to understand annexation, land use, legislation, budget issues, so we can make the best and informed decisions for our constituents. And thank you.
Hi, my name's Leanne again. Can you hear me a little better this time? I apologize for last time. One of the main roles of a council person is to be part of the legislative body, which is what we are and we do. And we also oversee the budget for the city. So I think it's really important for the council person to be aware of the issues, and if you're not aware and not understanding them, to find out, whether through other council members, through city staff, through additional research on your own. And all of this information, you also need to relay to your citizens. They need to know what's going on too. And then you need to hear back from them what their recommendations are too. Because they have a voice in our city. They should definitely have a voice in our city. And we need to be the ones to communicate back and forth between the position as council and staff, as well as to our citizens back and forth. And I think that's really vital part of being a council member. Thank you so much.
And I'm Janice Strobel. For the role of a city council member is, again, what Leanne just said, to be the legislative body and to help in passing the budget. So it does take a lot of study of the issues that come before us and being a decision maker for the city, to be a voice for the people, to take on the honor of representing the people in our district and working together with the remaining body of the council to collaborate, be part of a team. One of the things as a small business owner, I've had to learn that you don't pass the buck. And that's part of what will be a role as a city council member, is taking on the challenges and finding solutions and working with others in creating the answer that may be different than what I originally came with. And then being able to work with the citizens, the constituents, as to how it can serve us well by supporting what is done in the city. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I think one of the greatest responsibilities and role of a council member is to be that person who can listen and learn from both each other and from the citizens in our community. In my race for the at-large Salt Lake County Council seat this last election cycle, I could not tell you how many times I heard from Murray citizens who are so proud to be from our wonderful city. And then they would share with me their perspective about how they would love to see us move further into the future. And I think one of our responsibilities and roles also is to be good partners, to work across the infamous aisle with everyone that we can to really help make better policy and to balance. It's our responsibility to balance the citizens and community members' opinions with our wonderful city employees who have such perspective and valuable insight. And sometimes we're going to have conflicting opinions. And it's really up to us to do what we can to try to balance that as much as possible by looking into the future and being as open and transparent as we can with our community members.
Hello again. The role of the city council: attend all meetings, be good stewards of the citizens' tax dollars, proactively meet the citizens in your district, find out from them how we can improve and what they need in their neighborhood, represent the city to the citizens and represent the citizens to the city, study the issues and materials thoroughly and work with great staff to understand all the materials, educate the citizens on what is happening as early as possible in the process, and then engage them on what they think. Listen and learn from the bounty of wisdom in the citizenry. Come back to the council and staff with questions and concerns and learn from the wisdom of your fellow council members and staff. Educate the citizens again and get further feedback. Come to a conclusion that is the best thing for the citizens and the city, and help the citizens feel good about the process. The citizens may not always get what they want, but they should feel like their voice was heard. This is their city. You're their representative up there voting on behalf of them. And so every citizen should be able to see the process, feel like the process was fair, and feel like they had a voice. And if we don't make the citizens feel like they have a voice, then I feel like we're not doing our job as a city council. Thank you.
Hi, candidates. I'm Diane Turner, and I am going to ask you the next question. Thank you all for being here. You're all awesome. So we really appreciate your interest. So my question is, what is your understanding of our form of government, and how does it differ from other cities, such as West Valley City or Holiday? Okay. And we'll start with Scott Goodman.
All right, good evening again, I'm back. Hey, I was good friends with the prior city manager for West Valley, Wayne Pyle, awesome guy. And we would talk about his trials and tribulations over in West Valley, and he ran everything. There was no committee on how things are done. There was no cross discussion on how the budget was done, how to best support the city employees. It was kind of a goofy thing, and we would talk about, in Murray's, where our city council decides on the ordinances and the like for like zoning and planning, whereas West Valley City was pretty different in that. And I'm really glad Murray City is the way that it is, yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, it's Lisa Mulkevich again. I am not sure I have the best answer for this question. I know in Murray we have a little bit of a unique city government compared to others, in which our city council kind of operates as our legislative branch, and our mayor kind of operates as our executive branch. And we have equal power often. I know our city council represents the constituents of Murray. It does a wonderful job of doing that. And that, like I said before, I know that a lot of the hot topics that the city council works on are the budget and legislative issues and like issues such as land use and annexation, things of that nature. I think that's all I have on that one. Thanks.
Thank you.
Leanne again. Our council operates, like Lisa said, council members and mayor, legislative, executive. Some other cities operate on a commissioner level, and so they have a certain number of commissioners, and they do sometimes like part of it will be deal with some of their zoning issues. Some will deal with some of their safety issues. So they don't always work hand in hand, but they do collaborate, obviously, because they're running a city. But we do have varying degrees of what we do in our cities, and I appreciate this one because there seems to be a balance, and I think our citizens have more of a voice with the council and the mayor's situation. So that's what I see. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a mayor and we have 5 council members. And those 5 council members represent 5 districts in our city, where each district is roughly about 10,000 of the population of our city. And we are, as a city council member of a district, we seek to represent the voice of the people within our district and work together with the other council members and be able to present the consensus for how we can work together as a city, work under the direction of our mayor, and work in synergy with our mayor. We don't have a city manager, and I think what this does, and we don't have at-large city council members, so we are by area of our city. And I think what this allows is our citizens to have more representation and more ability to know who they can contact and seek to have their voice heard. And I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Hello again, Deandra here. I really appreciate the way that our Murray City Council and committees are formed. I have appreciated being able to listen into so many of the planning committee meetings. It's really fascinating, especially as we have so many new building projects and so much is really blossoming here in Murray City. I appreciate the fact that we do have our mayor separate from our council members and really allowing us to have that division of branches. And I also appreciate the fact, as has been mentioned, that we have 5 districts, that we don't have any at-large individuals that are tasked with representing an entire huge swath of the city. I appreciate the fact that each of our districts are very tailor-made to the area that they're in, that we have the opportunity to really dig deep into these issues with those individuals that are our neighbors that we see at our children's school or at our faith community meetings. So it's a wonderful opportunity for us to really, as individuals and citizens, feel like we can do our due justice as well, and that we can have access to you, and that you really take those responsibilities seriously.
Hello. So we are a council, form of government with a strong mayor. The mayor is the CEO of the city. The mayor doesn't get a vote, but he is the executive director, or he or she is the executive director of the redevelopment agency. All staff reports up through him. We don't have a city manager, but we do have a Doug, who is great, and it's very helpful. Each council member represents an equal portion of the district. In fact, the city redistricted recently so that the population would balance out. West Valley, they have 7 council members, including 3 at-large. One of those at-large is the mayor. And the mayor gets a vote in West Valley. They do have a city manager who's new as of this year, Ifo Peely. I didn't have time to look up the holiday, but I'm sure I will after this. I feel like Murray City is run very well, and the form of government that we use works well for all the independence we have, including Murray Power, including our public safety, and having a strong mayor facilitates the independence of Murray and how we interact with the state. Thank you.
Well, at the risk of not sounding very redundant, because everyone has covered this very well, one thing that I do know is there's a check and balance system to the way that the city is set up. So again, being the mayor being an executive, kind of the CEO, and then we have the council being the legislative branch. So again, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there's ever been any kind of super conflict with that kind of structure. I also know that Murray falls kind of in the middle in terms of population size. So West Valley being the second largest city in Utah, Salt Lake being the first. I'm not exactly sure where Holiday falls, but my guess is that Holiday is a little smaller than Murray. So the way that the legislative and the executive branch is set up and the way that you work together is very collaborative, and I think that's worked very well for Murray. One of the things I've always bragged about is we have our own power, we have our own school district, we have a huge hospital, we've got Costco. I mean, we are the perfect little bubble in the middle of the valley. I can get anywhere within 15 minutes. So with the structure that we have, you can see that the success that has come from that. So honestly, I love the system, the way it's set up, and I wouldn't change anything about it. So thank you.
All right, I'm feeling warmer. I appreciate it. One of the things that I see is size and area, right? West Valley is a huge city. You have a lot of business, so you have a lot of tax base coming in through the business. Here we have 41%, I believe, of businesses that are generating tax revenue to keep the taxes down for citizens. You have more residents in Holiday probably than you do businesses, and so you have a difference. How much size do we have to build and where? And West Valley is large, and there's a lot of space. In Murray, there's not as much space, and so I think it's important to try to make good decisions and try to help people build in a way that keeps Murray, where the residents, I mean, when you have more people, you have more crime, you have more everything that you have to bring in. You have bigger roads, you have bigger capacities, and we have to take into account all of those things in the size of our city and to try to keep it a great city, the great city that it is. And so my thoughts is trying to recognize the difference of what makes the difference for the residents and for our citizens, and how we can keep that a safe place for them and a good place to be. Anyway, thank you.
My turn. When making decisions, how would you determine what is in the best interest of the city? Do you want me to repeat it? When making decisions, how would you determine what is in the best interest of the city?
Well, I guess there's a couple of ways you can go around this, about this. First of all, deciding what it encompasses. So taking a full look at the picture of what it is you're trying to accomplish, possibly breaking it down into smaller increments to figure out what details are needed, and then working together as council, collaborating with the mayor and the other staff to say, these are the things we're looking at, this is what we'd like to do. And always keeping in mind, what have the citizens asked us to do? What do they want? And if we need more information from them, then we need to be asking them. We need to be sharing what the problem is, how we see it moving forward, and get their feedback as well. But it's a team effort. It's generally not a one-on-one final decision because we all get to vote. We're voting for our constituents, our people in our district, and we're doing this to best serve the community that we live in, which is our lovely city of Murray. Thank you so much.
Action is really an important part of determining what is in the best interest of the city. What kind of action? Studying the matter, discussing it with others, collaborating, listening, asking, reaching out, and being willing to see things from a different perspective than maybe I would have come into it with at the onset. Taking a step back, being thoughtful, and taking time to think it through. I kind of think about how Murray started. Murray started as in the smelting industry. Smelting is getting metals out of ore and sediment. And today, we're in the process of doing that, pulling out the best from one another and letting our contributions combine to make a real difference, just like the metals were pulled from smelting helped contribute to our community to become a bright light for all to see. That's part of the action that we're about. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I do believe that so much of the work that you all do, frankly, comes down to funding. And what you have is what you have. And so I appreciate the fact that you stretch every dollar. And I think that has to come into play in every decision that we make. Obviously, we want it to root back to how we can help the most citizens as possible and how we can look towards the future and make sure that we're set up in such a way that Murray can continue to thrive for many, many decades to come. But we really have to make sure that we're fiscally responsible and that we're always keeping that at the root of what we do while we're balancing so many different things of trying to help different groups of citizens and trying to listen and learn from each other and from the community. But I do believe in addition to being fiscally responsible, it's really important for us to continue to fund those vital services that we know our community needs, our police, our fire, our water, our power, all these amazing resources that we're so blessed and lucky here in Murray to have locally. So it's very important that we work together to make sure that we can fund those services and then look towards the future as much as we can to make sure that we are prepared for what may come down the road.
To do what is in the best interest of Murray, I think working with our awesome, knowledgeable staff and looking towards the long-term health of Murray, not just think what we want now or the citizens want now, but try to point everyone to what do we want for Murray 50 years from now? Which direction should Murray be heading, and what is best? As a parent, I know sometimes my kids don't always know what is best for them 10, 20 years from now. They're thinking about today. And sometimes we have to help the citizens understand that. As you knock doors, you learn so much from citizens. They have great ideas. They have wisdom. Get ideas from the citizens. Help the citizens understand, but also listen to them. make sound financial decisions, i.e. listen to Brenda. She will help keep this city financially sound. Listen to the mayor and staff and council members who have been on the council longer and been with the city longer because they have so much experience and wisdom to learn from. Listen to GL, who will protect us from liability, and keep us, within the law. I think do a lot of listening, maybe listen 5 times and make a decision once. Thank you.
So I don't know what the protocol is, but this is one question I did prepare for, so if I can just pass this. We'll take that with you if I could. This is probably the hardest question because as you take into consider what is best for Murray, there may be some conflicts. So obviously, one of the things that Murray has done well is we're now AAA rated from the Fitch report. And that means that we're going to draw more businesses. And as the economic and the developmental growth happens with Murray, how do we balance that with, say, open space or environmental protection? How do we figure out what's best in terms of the budget and taxes? So it's such a complicated question. I almost feel like after doing all the research, there's almost going to be a lot of collaboration, a lot of input from the mayor and from other council members, from the constituents, and there's going to be a lot of soul searching because as you balance the budget, sometimes there's not enough money to, let's say, fund the school districts in the way we want. Let's say there's not enough money to build infrastructure, and infrastructure is going to be extremely important because even though the population of Murray has kind of stabilized and is in decline, I feel like people come here to shop, they come here to work, and how do we budget for that kind of traffic through Murray? So it's such a complicated question. I wish there was a simple answer. Again, I bow down to all of you for what you do and the success of Murray, and I in my heart know that you make the best decision you can with this question. I mean, I don't know how you sleep at night thinking, we got to cut here, but we got to do this. So thank you. This was the last question. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you so much.
I feel what's best for the city is, for one thing, I think turning to your city leaders, to the department heads and understanding what's happening in the city with the parks and with your police and your fire and understanding what areas are important. I mean, obviously, business is very important. What types of businesses are we bringing into Murray? And do we have an image that we expect to keep with those businesses? Do we want to bring businesses that are not good for bringing in crime or bringing in other problems? So when you talk to the city leaders, they're gonna have a good idea and a good understanding of their of the city and what's happening and where we need to bring. I mean, obviously, greater business is going to generate lower tax base for residents, and our concern as council is to represent those our neighbors, our people in our districts. And I think that's very important. And there's a fine balance between helping the city be great, but also help the citizens recognize that. And so I'm sure there's a lot of back and forth through the process, and I'm sure there's some frustrating moments. But ultimately, you want to see the city thrive. And right now, Murray is a beautiful city, and you guys have done a great job with the city as it is. And I'm happy to see it, and I hope it continues down this path, and that I can be part of that. So I appreciate the time, and thank you all. And that's all I've said.
All right. Hey, so I appreciate this question. I like this one a lot because, as you know, the military is really good at making decisions, not always the best decision. But we do have a process where, at the very first step, you seek for input from stakeholders, i.e. constituents, fellow citizens here. You seek input using an open forum or town halls or anything like that, get their input as far as how they see things are supposed to go. And then you analyze the data. You need to get smart on what it is you're trying to figure out. Then you war game or search for courses of action. You look, hey, does this fit in with my future plan for the city? Because we do have a future plan. Does this work with that? And then you talk to the experts in the field. I'm going to name drop now, your Chief Burnett's, depending on what problem you're trying to solve, those are the experts you're looking for. And then you make a decision. That's the key thing. To go through the whole process and not make a decision that's clear and transparent and well thought out, that's where a lot of governments get in trouble there. So, thank you, appreciate it.
So one last time, I'm Lisa. Thanks for the tough questions. I also volunteer at Snowbird, and about 50% of the people that come up to you ask for the best snow, best run. And I always pause because best is relative. You have to ask more questions, all right? You got to ask more questions to understand what residents feel is best and what really is best for our cities. Understand the variables thoroughly, and then talk about the answers you heard, listen, talk about the answers you heard, then talk to your fellow council members and residents to hear what they heard and what they felt was best, then chew on it a little bit more, get back together and talk about it, and hopefully make best decisions. I'm hoping my time on the Planning Commission helped me understand some of the past use of our land, the present use of our land, and where we want to use it and how we want to use it in the future. And hopefully I did a good job of asking questions and listening, and I hope to use that past history and knowledge that gained there to hopefully help our city council continue to make good decisions. And I really appreciate you for having us here tonight and the residents for listening to us tonight. And I wish you the best of luck of making the best decision. This is going to be a hard choice, and we appreciate the hard answers, the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates, for coming here and answering our questions. We're going to just take a little bit of about, 4 minutes? 3, 5? 5. Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes so we can just relook at your questions and your answers, and then we will reconvene.
What? Yeah, thank you. Call this meeting back to order. We're going to start with the first roll call vote by our city recorder, Brooke Smith, and I will turn the time over to her.
All right, Miss Turner,
I have to give one name, right?
one name.
This is tough. You guys are
Yeah.
amazing. And again, thank you so much. Okay. Anthony Scott Goodman.
Mr. Hawk,
So, I don't talk much up here, but I'm gonna talk today. Three of us have been in the same seat that you have. And Councilmember Pickett, Cotter, and myself have all sat there. And two of us lost also at this. So we know how it feels, and this is a screwy process. And I think everybody up here will admit this is a screwy process that state law forces us into. The good news for you is there's an election at the end of this year. So no matter what we do, if you really want this seat, run for it. And that's my one advice for all of you. Councilmember Pickett and myself both lost in this and went back and won elections. So if you want to be here, start preparing today for an election, because it will be this November. So when I looked at this decision, my criteria was I wanted to look for somebody who I felt like would work with us well. We have a lot going on in the city, and we have a lot that we're trying to do. And the last thing I want up here is bickering between the five of us. We have a good relationship, and I don't want that. And so that was something that was weighed heavily, as if I felt like there was going to be issues between the council. And so with that, I vote for Anthony Scott Goodman.
Mr. Pickett,
God, I hate this. I hate this. But since I'm forced to make a decision here, I can't get away with giving all 8 of you my vote. My top priority was involvement and experience. And for that reason, I'll have to go with Clark Bullen.
and Miss Cotter.
This is really hard. I'm the baller up here. I'm going to go with Janice Trabell. So I'm going to turn the time over to GL and what our next process will be.
So those with no votes were eliminated, and that leaves us with Mr. Goodman, Mr. Bullen, Ms. Strobel. So there will be, because there's a tie between Mr. Bullen and Ms. Strobel, we will have a coin toss for that, and then that'll get us to 2 candidates for the second vote.
So I have a $50 here. It's a 2023. The heads is going to go, we're going by last name, so Bolin, you'll be heads. On the opposite side, there is a eagle, and that will be Janice Strobel. And whatever it lands, that's will be the decision, so we'll go from there. So bad at this, I'm so sorry. want to verify this. Yeah, you can go. Show
I see it.
heads. Yep. So it's heads. So now we'll go, I'll turn it back over to the council.
It was Clark.
Okay, that reduces it to two candidates, Mr. Bolin, Mr. Goodman. So it'll be a second vote at this point.
Okay, sorry. Coming back to me. Ms. Turner,
Anthony Scott Goodman.
Mr. Hawk,
Mr. Goodman. My mic's not on. Mr. Goodman.
Mr. Pickett,
Clark Bolin.
and Ms. Cotter.
Anthony Scott Goodman.
Goodman.
Mr. Goodman,
Okay,
you're the
we are
next
going
council member.
we're going to take a quick break so we can get things set up. Thank you, candidates, for coming. Please don't forget, you can start running right in November. Oh, the winner is candidates, I'm not, candidates. Sit. Thank you. We're going to take a break so we can have the recorder get everything set up. We want to thank you for all coming tonight. We appreciate your time out of your busy schedules. The vote has been concluded that Anthony Scott Goodman will be the interim council member until January 6th. Thank you, everyone, and this meeting is now adjourned. What? Oh, yeah, and, yeah.
See you again, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be back.
Thank you, audience. Let's get back to our seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Brooke, are you all ready?
I will be in 2 seconds.
Okay, we'll just wait for Brooke. Okay, I need approval of the resolution appointing Anthony Scott Goodman as interim Murray City Council member. Do I have a motion? And please read the whole thing.
I motion to approve the resolution appointing Anthony Scott Goodman as interim Murray City Council member for Council District 3 pursuant to Section 20A-1-510 of the Utah Code to serve until January 6, 2026.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second. I will turn the time over to Brooke, our city recorder now.
Oh, well, are we voting or do it? Ms. Turner?
Yep.
Yeah.
Aye.
Mr. Hawk?
Aye.
Mr. Pickett?
Aye.
Ms. Cotter?
Aye. Okay, now, we're taking this very nice and slow, okay? When I did it, it was like, get up there, raise your arm, and get going. So, if you have any family members that would like to take pictures, please have them come and sit in a chair, front row, so they can take pictures. Okay, are we all set? Okay, perfect. And we have all family members, I'm assuming we're all good? Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to turn the time over to Brooke now.
All right. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Anthony Scott Goodman,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support, obey, and defend
to support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and to perform the duties of my office
and to perform the duties of my office
as a Murray City Council member
as a Murray City Council member
representing District 3
representing District 3
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Anthony,
Yes, ma'am.
right here. Right here, okay. You sit between the two prettiest members. Okay, so, see,
Yeah, that's one.
right here.
Okay.
Welcome. Does this not look awesome? This is a family picture for the Christmas card. Welcome, Anthony. I am going to adjourn this meeting until 6:30. We are extremely hungry, so we are going to
Can-
take up. Yep.
Can we go 6:45? So we have more than 10 minutes?
Okay. Okay, Council Member Adam Hawk, we will go until 6:45, and do I have a motion to adjourn?
I motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's okay, adjourn. Don't go anywhere.
Call this meeting to order. Welcome everybody to Murray City Municipal Council, City Council meeting tonight. I'm glad everybody could be here tonight. We're going to get started with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I have asked my beautiful daughter Sophia to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Sophie?
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Sophie. You can go home now. Come on. All right, wonderful. We have no minutes to approve, and then we'll move forward to a wonderful part of the program, which we love every month, and that is a special recognition of the Murray City Employee of the Month. So Mayor and I are going to go down here, and Ben Gray, would you join us here at the podium? All right, so we'll use this microphone so that people at home can hear us here. You know, Ben doesn't say much, but he does a ton, and he's an incredible person to work with. So I'm just going to step aside, and I don't know who wants to speak first.
I'll do it and then get over.
You'll do it, and you'll let them? Okay, wonderful. Mayor?
Okay. Well, Ben, congratulations on this. Ben, if you know Ben, he's been begging for this for so long. Let me tell you, Mom and Dad, you know, and your wife, you know that's not true. He wouldn't want this by any means, but we want him to have it. Ben has been a great employee of Murray City. He's in IT and he helps, and I'm telling you, he's a really smart young man and always willing to help. So we appreciate you, Ben. He's a little quiet, so every once in a while I'll say, "How you doing, Ben?" And he's in another world, and I have to go, "How you doing, Ben?" But he's a good man, and we love Ben and appreciate him. And you've been here a little over a year?
Almost 3.
Oh, 3 years. What'd you put? Look how they put 1 there. I knew you'd been here longer. I thought we've had so much fun, it just went fast. So anyway, I remember the day you were hired, and I won't speak. Well, just say just a little bit for Rob, because Rob has always complimented you and speaks highly of you and your knowledge in the IT department. So thank you, and we appreciate all you do. Thanks.
So, oh, there we are, testing. We hired Ben about 3 years ago, and when you're going through the interview process, you don't really realize what you're hiring at the time. You're going through and you're just making sure that he knows how to do specific things. And then an emergency hit for us about 4 months later, and boy, was it an emergency. And man, this guy stepped up and he helped us, and he did things and thought of different ways of doing things that, you kind of get in a rut sometimes, even in IT, and you think, you only do it this way. And he really took us to a whole nother level. And yes, Ben is quiet, but when he's talking about something that he enjoys, like, for instance, the Comic-Con and things like that, he really lights up and he's really good at that. But I can't say how much I appreciate what Ben has done over and over to help us in so many ways and doing things and just stepping up and helping us and being with us. And I think Ryan wants to add a couple of things for Ben. He's his immediate supervisor, so we'll have Mr. Mattson come up here and talk about him as well.
Rob did kind of mention, but there's a lot of things that we wanted to kind of implement and just kind of had put them on a back burner. And Ben came in and said, "Hey, why aren't we doing this?" And we're just like, "Well, we haven't got a chance to get it done." And he came in and has implemented several things right when he got here that helped us do our processes and make us a lot more efficient. And even to this day, where he's still thinking of ways to help us increase and make us more efficient as an IT team. So he's been a very valuable asset to us.
I can't thank you enough for coming. Thank you for letting us hire you from Granite, so I appreciate it. Congratulations.
And here we have a certificate for you signed by the Murray City Council, along with a little gift to go along with that, and thanking you for the great service that you're doing. Thank you.
Almost got away with it. So yeah, I was hired about 3 years ago. Honestly, when I had the interview with this, I wasn't expecting anything because I've been through multiple interviews before, and I wasn't really serious about leaving my previous position. I only applied for it because a friend of mine whose father-in-law works in the power department referred me, and I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then when Ryan called me like later that day, said, well, we'd like to hire you. I was like, wait, what? Are you serious? So yeah, it's been a great move. I love this team. I love this city. It's great. So thank you.
And who's with you?
Oh, so that would be my wife Melinda, and then my parents Farrell and Karen. Our daughter Carrie, she's 18. She didn't want to be here. I asked her if she wanted to come, and she's like, "Oh, that sounds really boring. I don't want to be there for that long." So yeah, so.
Well, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Ben, so happy to have you on our team. Now is the moment for citizen comments. If we have any citizen who would like to come up here, you have 3 minutes to share what you want to share, and Patty will collect your information after you do that. Just tell us your name and where you live in the city, and love to hear from you.
Hi, my name's Leanne Parker Reed. I live over on 574 East and Spruce Glen Road. I just want to thank you for the process tonight of electing a new council district person. Congratulations, Scott, again. Anthony Scott, I have to get that right now. Sorry about that. And I appreciate all the citizens that came and everybody that participated. It was a very enlightening experience. Thank you. I did have one other comment. I'm understanding that there is a consideration for a new development off of 4800 South, which is close to where I live. And my biggest concern of that is safety. The street is fairly narrow in that area to provide a big development. It's on a kind of a blind curve, and there's a bus stop for children right near there. And anyway, I think it's kind of a congested area, so please consider those things when you're looking at that property possibility there. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Figured you did. Oh, wait. Yes, you needed to hear more from me. Congratulations, Scott. Just wanted to say officially, or do I call you Anthony or sir? I'm not sure. But you figure, you dress up nice, you might as well give a citizen comment, right? Yeah, you can get a haircut. So, thank you, yes, for the process. Leanne stole my idea. Not actually, it was her idea, but also, I did want to make a suggestion while I'm up here. I know somebody who served on the Salt Lake County, they have neighborhood councils. So they take their council districts and break them up into a few pieces, and they have neighborhood meetings where people can get together and gather on the regular, and the city council member can attend, and And, it might be helpful as far as engaging citizens and getting more people involved in the process. Maybe next time we can have double the amount of people who apply because they're all informed on the issues and they're excited about municipal government. And anyway, he thought it was a really effective thing. And I think that, that might be something we want to consider as seen as how a lot of representatives from District 3, and I imagine every district, they believe that citizen engagement is important and getting out and talking to the people, and that the more opportunities, the better. So anyway, thank you, council members. Thank you for really listening to everybody and for, really taking to heart everyone's answers. And there was no bad choice. Lots of great candidates, and thank you for doing that. That's hard.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you. Public comment section is now closed. We are going to move into the public hearing part of our meeting, and we have a presentation considering an ordinance amending the city's fiscal 2024-25 budget by Brenda Moore.
Hello. So this is probably the second of the 4 budget amendments that I will present to you this year. It's to amend the 2025 budget. The couple things that are on this are, the first one is it allows me, there's language in this budget opening that allows me to adjust the transfer budget to the CIP plan for a couple things. One, if the transportation sales tax that we receive goes over budget, I'm allowed to move that and adjust the budget to the CIP plan because that, or CIP fund, because that is where we spend it. And then the other thing that it allows me to do is every year we try and keep our reserves right around 25 or 26%. Our department heads do not spend every dollar they have allocated because they know that whatever's left goes to the CIP fund and becomes stuff that they need. Police cars, fire trucks, road equipment, that kind of, it becomes equipment. And so it allows me to adjust the budget to correspond with the amount of transfer that I have to do. I will inform the council of how much transfers for each one of those 2 things. It doesn't happen until September when we're closing the books, but that's what this budget language allows me to do. There are 11 other items on the budget. I'll go through them really quick. The police department got a $25,894 grant from the JAG program to use for their equipment. Parks and Rec received $3,000 from Intermountain Health for the volunteer banquet. And so this allows them to purchase the gifts. The Parks Department received a $48,000 grant from the Utah Department of Natural Resources to help us maintain the parkway. The Fire Department received $13,000 in emergency management performance grant that pays a portion of the emergency manager's salary. The Fire Department received $770,481 in reimbursements from the fires that they had went out on over the summer. This covers the fire wages, the overtime that was caused because our firefighters were gone. It covers some small direct costs, and then they also rent our equipment when we send it. So they got $196,322 in equipment. The fire chief has requested that we use some of that to increase their vehicle maintenance budget. Of course, the vehicles now need more maintenance. And then do a little bit of building maintenance that they need to have done. And then the rest of it will be transferred to the CIP fund for future fire equipment. So he's helping to fund his own fire equipment. And then the interest revenue budget, because I budgeted low thinking that interest rates would drop faster than they have been. They are dropping, but not as fast as I anticipated. We're going to use $30,000 to do art projects on the BRT stations that are being built on the BRT route from the Slick campus to to our train stations. And so instead of just having plain frosted glass, it's just boring, they're doing some art projects on there. Lori is in charge of that, it's got an artist. It'll be something about Murray. I haven't seen him, so I can't tell you exactly. And then planning and zoning bought some software that they didn't anticipate to identify property that is listed in the short-term rental sites. The CIP fund, I have to do this by fund just in case you're here. The CIP fund will receive the $121,000 that fire got and allocate it to their fire equipment. In addition, there's a long story in there, but the streets needs to replace a truck, and they're about $25,000 short on what this truck is going to cost. We had budgeted $240,000 to replace it. The actual cost was substantially more. They cut back on some of their other things, like they reused a bed for an F-450 that they bought the new chassis, reused the bed for off the old one. And then they made sure that, we didn't get the luxury vehicles. There are, steps when you purchase a truck. So, but they ended up $25,000 short. So we're gonna use some interest revenue to cover that and let them get the vehicle that will be safe and do their job as they need it. The Power Fund is requesting to purchase a new arborist bucket truck. This was on the schedule for, I think, next year or the year after. The one that they are using is getting neighborhood complaints because it makes so much noise as they raise and lower that bucket. The batteries are dying and they have to start the truck a lot and recharge the batteries. So if we can stop that, that's less fuel, less pollution, and then it's better for the neighbors because, these trucks are down in your backyard or down, close to your house when they're working. The Murray Parkway Fund is requesting $9,500 for a ball range picker. The one that they had, the clutch went out. It was going to cost $1,200 to fix it. They found a 4-year-old completely refurbished one for $9,500. A brand new one would have cost them $20,000. So they're perfectly happy with the refurbished. And then the Risk Fund settled a lawsuit, and so we need $400,000, which was the settlement in that lawsuit. The insurance company will reimburse the city $236,000, and the rest will come from reserves. And the reason I need $400,000 in the expense is if I take revenue and offset it to an expense account, technically I just raised the budget. And you're the only ones who get to raise the budget. So that's why that is there. Any questions?
Thank you, Brenda. This is a public hearing, so we'll open it up now for public comments. Are there any public comments on this budget hearing? I see no comments, so I close the public hearing and now turn to my fellow council members. Are there any comments or statements or questions or anything you want to say?
I just wanted to say that we had the opportunity in the committee of the whole to go through each line by line, and so I really understand what it is we're approving. So, anyway,
Thank you.
With that, I will make a motion.
Yeah, I close the public comments, yes. I will entertain a motion, thank you.
I will make a motion to adopt the ordinance amending the city's fiscal year 2024 to 2025 budget.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second.
Ms. Cotter?
Aye.
Mr. Goodman?
Aye.
Ms. Turner?
Aye.
Mr. Hawk?
Aye.
And Mr. Pickett?
Aye. All right, thank you very much. This ordinance has passed. We are now moving to the business item of our agenda, and we have a presentation by Elvan.
Hello, Council. We discussed the commercial property assessed clean energy, or CPACE, at the last committee of the whole, but I did want to give a brief reminder or summary of what the program is. Simply put, CPACE is a program that will facilitate clean energy and sustainable projects in the city. It allows property owners to secure financing for sustainable building improvements by placing a voluntary energy assessment on their property. The program is managed by the Utah Office of Energy Development and administered by Sustainable Real Estate Solutions, or SRS. You met Thede Chappelle from SRS at that committee of the whole meeting. And it's financed through private capital partners. The city has an agreement with SRS to administer the program. Well, that's what we're addressing. So these are kind of the steps of how we utilize it. So we have that agreement with SRS. The city is the one who records the assessment, and that is why the city gets involved in this. And then the city will then be able to assign the lien or assessment over to the capital partner, which ultimately takes the city out of it and protects the city. And then SRS reports to OED. Financing is repaid to capital providers over a term that's based on the useful life of these projects and improvements. And we've discussed, if the property owner defaults, the city the lender then enforces that. And are there any questions?
Anything from council?
No, you explained it quite thoroughly during the committee of the whole.
Yeah, it seems like a really good program.
Yep.
Wonderful. Seeing that there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
A motion to approve the resolution authorizing the city to enter in an agreement with Sustainable Real Estate Solutions Incorporated to provide administrative and professional services for CPACE projects.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. Brooke?
Ms. Cotter?
Aye.
Mr. Goodman?
Aye.
Ms. Turner?
Aye.
Mr. Hawk?
Aye.
Mr. Pickett?
Aye. Okay, unanimous vote. It has passed. With that, then, we get to hear our mayor's report.
Thanks, Paul. The first report is that we just let you know that we still have 4 firefighters and an engine in California. Jordan, are they still staying till past Thursday, or do you think they're coming home Thursday?
Well, it sounds like,
Come up, you can go on up. Jordan asked if I'd just let him speak. You know, I'm always teasing. Especially people like Jordan and Ben who don't want to do that, but
exactly.
Jordan, we appreciate you being here tonight.
Yeah, so we have 4 firefighters that have been in California probably about 10 days, 11 days now. Thursday will be their 14th day. So the agreement was 14 days. And just from the initial reports of it, it's definitely calmed down quite a bit. I mean, they could extend another 7 days. We could do a crew swap with another crew for 14 more days. But just from the reports that we're receiving, it sounds like they're going to start to release units. We could see those guys home Saturday night, maybe Sunday.
Okay, thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
And let them know we appreciate what they're doing, so. Okay, next, this cracks me up, this is a major announcement. Pam, you ready?
Yes.
The back wall of the Murray Theater is being installed. So it's no longer an amphitheater, it's gonna be an look at Adam, he wants this.
I don't believe it.
Kim? I tried
I
to convince
do.
him. Love it. Yes, it will be, it's on its way up and it's happening fast. You were right, Kim. Once this gets going, the pits or the stage is being put in. I mean, really, they're starting to move on this and it'll go really fast. And so anyway, so that's happening. In fact, speaking of one of our buildings, we have our armory that'll be done first. That already has the first reservation in May. So if we're not done by May, we're in trouble. So we have our first reservation. Anyway, we're kind of excited for that. The power department is beginning a 2-year process of installing the advanced metering infrastructure, so the AMI that we've been talking about, through the city, and the water meters will be installed after the power department does theirs. So it's going to be a good year and a half, 2-year process, so. But they're going on that. And that is my report.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was a very exciting report.
Oh, man.
And with that, we stand adjourned.